this annual meeting, call it to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Today, our invocation is Commissioner Morris.
Yes, thank you. It occurs to me that there is a lot of pain in the world today. Some of it hits close to home, some of it half a world away. Writer Anne Lamott said, "Sooner or later, if you live long enough, you will lose someone you cannot live without." Today's agenda contains an item in memory of a woman who had great impact on our community. In addition, I'm aware that some of my fellow commissioners have recently suffered significant losses in their families. And so to honor them, I thought it would be appropriate to share these words in a poem entitled Starlight. A brilliant burst of starlight blazes through the night, and for a precious moment we are bathed within its light. We pause to gaze in wonder as this little bit of heaven sent from God's own heart trails its fire through the dark. And we wish upon the star so bright that it would only stay. But shooting stars pass us by and the light soon fades away. And still we stand here waiting, not believing that it's gone, because such beauty should linger on and on. Starlight, if I could only have one wish tonight, my wish would be for one more chance to see you sparkle, watch you dance. Brilliant bursts of starlight, I would cross the galaxy if I could reach you, if I could bring you back to me. And I wish upon the star so bright that you would only stay. But you've become a shooting star and soared so far away. And I am left believing that you're never truly gone, for in my heart your beauty still lives on. A glowing trail of wonder, you blazed a path for us to follow, illuminating darkened spaces, shining now in other places. And we wish upon the star so bright that you could only stay, but you're a shooting star now, and you're soaring so far away. And we will remember, knowing that you're never truly gone, for in our hearts you shine forever on. And as I go to prayer, I say, Holy God, Creator of all, we ask that you give us wisdom, courage, and integrity to live a meaningful life, so that when we are gone, we may leave behind a legacy of kindness and compassion, love for our fellow humans, and that we may have a positive impact on our community that extends well beyond our years.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Ms. Shealy, do a roll call for us, please.
Morris,
Here.
Andrews,
Here.
Nelson,
Here.
Henschel, Spence, Walter,
Here.
Flynn,
Here.
McAllister, Seifert.
Here. Fantastic. So approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Andrews, second by Commissioner Flynn to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you. Ms. Shealy, first public comment, if you please.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board may state his or her name and township or district. Providing a specific address is not recommended. Persons may address the board on matters or issues which are relevant and germane to county government as determined by the chairperson. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, allow an additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4, Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chairperson will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson. The board shall not comment or respond to a person who is addressing the board. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement by the board. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Thank you. So I see we have a public hearing later on in the agenda today, so if you're here, want to speak for that, we will wait for that time if you would, please. Is there anybody who would like to speak about anything else? Please head up to the podium. Going once, going twice, 3 times the charm. All right, we're moving right along. Thank you, everyone. Let's see where we are. Approval of our agenda. Entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Walter, second by Commissioner Flynn to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All righty, consent calendar, Ms. Shealy, if you please.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file, or approval, is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. A, receive, number 1, Northwest Regional Airport Authority, August 2025 meeting minutes. Number 2, Department of Health and Human Services Pavilions, August 2025 meeting minutes. Number 3, Goodwill Northern Michigan ARPA project update. Number 4, Blair Township ARPA project update. Number 5, Pine Rest Traverse City Clinic semi-annual report. Number 6, Safe Harbor Shelter utilization report, September 2025. Number 7, 2025 General Fund financial reports, August and September. Number 8, ARPA status report. Number 9, expenditure report. B, approvals. Number 1, 2025 budget amendments. Number 2, August 2025 claims approval. Number 3, ARPA funding reimbursement request. Number 4, Health Department, ordinance number 3, body art. Number 5, resolution opposing MDHHS plan for competitive procurement process for prepaid inpatient health plans. Number 6, appointment recommendations for the Board of Public Works and Department of Health and Human Services. Number 7, additional board vacancy. Number 8, bat remediation at Historic Courthouse and Hall of Justice. Number 9, asphalt replacement Medalley Park. Number 10, Grand Traverse County Building Authority, additional scope of services, architectural and engineering.
Thank you. Would there anyone like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Commissioner Andrews.
Yes, item A5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what one was that?
A5.
Anything else? Anyone? Fantastic. So can I get a motion?
Move to approve the consent calendar as presented with the exception of item A5. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Andrews, second by Commissioner Flynn, to approve as presented with the removal of A5. Roll call vote. Ms. Shealy, if you please.
Andrews?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll move along to 7A, Best Guest Awareness Recognition. Anyone?
I submitted this item. This is the breast cancer awareness recognition. And if we get there, hopefully, approval by the board of the resolution. I have the honor of submitting this item, but this item was developed and presented and best presented by the family of Holly Bird. And I'm looking, Sarah is hiding behind her mask. I'm going to pass cede the podium, so to speak, to Sarah and Michelle Bostic.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Cashel. I am Holly Bobbard's sister. Myself and Michelle Bostic, with the help of TJ Andrews, presented this resolution to you today. I am going to spare reading it to you. Would you like me to do that? I'm assuming that you've read it. Okay. Michelle actually has some information for you all. I'm sure that you already have it, but let's see. She might have some new information. Okay, so thank you, commissioners, neighbors, community members, friends of Holly Baugh that are here today to support. I'm here to speak in strong support of the resolution before you, one that designates the second Saturday of October as Check Your Cherries Day in Grand Traverse County. At its heart, it's more than a piece of policy. It's a statement of who we are as a community and what we stand for. Compassion, prevention, education, and collective care. This resolution is rooted in the legacy of Holly Baugh Bird, a beloved member of our community whose courage, advocacy, and kindness left a lasting impact. Holly Baugh's spirit taught us that looking out for one another isn't just an act of kindness, it's an act of responsibility. She inspired people to prioritize their wellness, to face challenges with humor and resilience, and to approach even the hardest battles, including breast cancer with strength and hope. Check Your Cherries captures that same spirit, especially the humor. We would encourage men to check their berries too, by the way. It's memorable, approachable. It's a call to action that reminds us all, especially women, to know their bodies, to check regularly for changes, and to seek medical guidance early. These small steps taken consistently can and do save lives, and it is exactly what this day is meant to do, to save lives through awareness, prevention, and empowerment. This resolution also opens the door to a more bigger, urgent conversation, one that we can't ignore. In Grand Traverse County, we are seeing an above average rate of breast cancer diagnoses among women under 50. This is not just a statistic, it is a warning. It means that our daughters, sisters, friends, and mothers in the primes of their lives are facing diagnoses that come too often and often come as a shock. This means that detection is more important here than ever, and it means that we have a responsibility to ask why. Passing this resolution is an important first step, but it cannot be the last. We must pair awareness with action. I urge this board, along with community leaders, healthcare professionals, and research institutions to facilitate and support deeper research into breast cancer trends in our region. And I know that some of that is already happening, and I thank this board. We need to understand what are driving these numbers, whether it's environmental conditions, lifestyle factors, or systemic barriers to care. And we need that knowledge to guide future policies, prevention strategies, and resource allocation. This resolution hopefully is a framework for community engagement. It calls for collaboration to promote early detection. It does not require any county spending. But creates a powerful opportunity to coordinate, communicate, and act together. It gives us all shared language and shared purpose. I hope that each one of you would check out Check Your Cherries community pages, send us an email. I know that some of you have loved ones. Please engage and let's work together. I'd like to see you guys there. I ask you today to vote yes to honoring a beloved community member whose spirit still inspires us all, and yes to empowering residents with the tools and knowledge to protect their health and to investigate the future of our daughters and granddaughters. Together, we can make Check Your Cherries more than just a day on the calendar. We can make it a life-saving tradition. Thank you very much. I'd also like to introduce Holly Baugh's friend and Check Your Cherries member, Michelle Bostic. She has a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you. I would just briefly like to address the board in support of the resolution with some background what Holly meant to me and why I'm in support of this resolution and asking you all to move it forward. And I think, as everybody here knows, Holly would have brought a storyteller when she was taking any kind of community action. So I'm here to do that. And I'd like to thank Holly's family for Holly, for bringing us Holly, and Sarah, of course, for her work as well in speaking with me and helping we find that strength, because there was a time when I thought I'm done with this. I'm all done with cancer. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to do it. I'm going to pack my bags. I'm going to go. I actually have quite a lot of stuff in storage because I was going to do that. And it's through community strength, it's through these connections that we're able to get some support underneath us, get buttressed, and say, no, actually, this is something that needs to happen. So I wanted to briefly tell the commission why this is so important to me. We pass out some packets. Those have a little one-pager and some research by Dr. Kelly Herko, who's an epidemiologist at Michigan State University. The data that you see on our one-pager is CDC data from 2016 to 2021. And I invite you to look at that table, and that shows the incidence of early breast cancer in women under 50, county by county in the state of Michigan. It's all at State Cancer Profiles. It's a CDC website. The data is there. And if you look way off to the right, you'll see the dot that represents Grand Traverse County and the margin by which we were ahead of the pack, almost double the state rates. I don't know what happened in between 2016 and 2021, and I'm not certain what the current rates are now, but that's far too high. It's unusual. And I want to tell you how I came to first look into the breast cancer incidence locally. And that was in 2022 when my very good friend, Christina John, was diagnosed at a young age with triple-negative breast cancer. We started to research. We started to look into things. We were both very data-driven. We find comfort. We think we can find some answers when we don't know what the future holds. We think if we know the numbers, if we know the statistics, we can kind of at least get a good guess in. And we guessed wrong. Christina passed away in 2023. We buried her on her birthday on October 17th of 2023. And she was an Anishinaabe. She was a member of the Grand Traverse Band, so she had a sacred fire, and I went to her sacred fire, and the first person that I saw was Holly. And I was incredibly close to Christina. She was as a sister to me. And the first person I saw was Holly, and she reached out her arms to me. She gave me a hug, and I had been hugging so many people. You know, there's a difference between hugging somebody and receiving a hug. And I had been handing out hugs. Holly hugged me. And she comforted me, and she told me she is not in pain. She's not in pain. She's at peace, and you'll see her again soon. So we buried Christina on her birthday on October 17th of 2023. She would have been 36 years old. And on her 37th birthday, October 17th of 2024, I was at the Smith Family Breast Center, and I told the doctor, today is not the day to tell me that it might be nothing. It's not the day to tell me that it's just a precaution. It's not the day to tell me that a lot of women get callbacks. I need you to tell me what this is. And he said, it's cancer. And I said, okay. And so I would like the commission to think briefly, what are the odds? What are the odds that within 1 year of a young woman passing from breast cancer, her close friend, we met arbitrarily by location because we worked at the same job. We had nothing else in common, no common backgrounds. What are the odds that I had breast cancer 1 year later? I'll spare you the descriptions of chemo. It is an elixir of life. I encourage everybody who has a cancer diagnosis, take it seriously. Drink that elixir of life from that poison chalice because it will save you. And it did. And in the depths of it, at the worst of it, I was finishing up. It was just after my last chemotherapy treatment, I got a call, and it was from Holly. And I would like the commission to think again, what are the odds? What are the odds that all three of us, in an 18-month period, Christina passed, I went through chemo, Holly was diagnosed and walked on. That is not normal. I'm 42 years old. I should not know two people who passed of breast cancer within 18 months of each other while I was going through treatment for it myself. That's not normal. That's not right. And I look at these statistics and I think to myself, is that when we got cancer? Did something happen between 2016 and 2021? And that's when we were exposed to something that gave us cancer and that killed my friends? I thought it was going to kill me too. So the numbers, it's my understanding that things have evened out a little bit. And I think that's great. But that doesn't mean that there's not still something here. And that absolutely doesn't mean that women can be anything less than vigilant when it comes to checking their own health, because early detection is what will save your life. So I encourage the commission to pass this resolution. We would like, in the absence of our friends, to at least have a party every year. And the kind of party that reminds people to care for themselves, to care for each other, exactly the way that Holly did for this community and for the people around her, and the way that she cared for me when I really needed support. So thank you very much for considering this.
Thank you.
I would just follow up by noting the Record Eagle this morning, in addition to covering this resolution, had an article about the high-risk breast cancer center at Cowell here in Grand Traverse County to address this issue, because we have an unusual incidence. And I'll steal a quote from that article: "Knowledge is power. Knowing your odds and getting those mammograms every year at a minimum is necessary." So with that, I would be honored to make the motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Andrews, is that Commissioner Morris is a support? Thought so. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, my apologies. Vice Chair, remind me, was there any discussion before we vote? Didn't think so. All those in, oh, my apologies.
Yeah, I'll share. Holly was a friend of mine as well, and I think this is a wonderful way to honor her. She was an advocate for so many in our community, and this is one little thing that has inspired other people to take advocacy work seriously, and I'm happy to see this come through. I also, several years ago, met with Dr. Herco about this, because this is a new information. I think these rates are, they actually were covered in the Record Eagle several years ago as well. There was information out then about it, and I met with her because I too have many young, consider myself youngish. I was younger then and had many other young women in the community also diagnosed with breast cancer, and it is alarming to me as well. And I did meet with her. Part of her issue is funding for continued research, and so I encourage everybody to advocate for that. I know she has requested more funding from the state and federal government and has not gotten what she has asked for to continue the important research. She has some ideas, but needs to do more research. So I encourage you all to look up the information, reach out to Dr. Herco, and to continue advocacy work on behalf of everyone in our community.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I see we do have our health officer here, and I wonder do we have resources at our county public health level that could be supportive of understanding
Good morning, Mike Leahy, our County Health Department. So just earlier this month, we as a Public Health Department wrote a letter of support for the Cancer Research Consortium of Western Michigan to advocate to bring more clinical trials in cancer research to the northwest region of the state of Michigan. I understand it's been in place, but they're advocating for more opportunities such as this, and I was encouraged that we in public health were sought out to sit down and collaborate with them on that. I'm 2 weeks into that conversation with them, but I see a runway there. When I was looking at just access to, there is a gap in regards to those who live really north of Kent County in access to that clinical trials, some of that medicine that those who live in the metro areas may have more access. So I'm encouraged that Munson, our largest healthcare system, is taking a step forward. They are working with Michigan State and the likes to look at these type of numbers. And we, too, at the health department have an epidemiologist. I think that's a benefit to our community. Other health departments don't have that person or often do not. Someone that we can put at the table with MSU and Munson to look at this. So I see a path forward to be much more involved in this than we have thus far. And it's not just as breast cancer as I look at things. There's also some cervical cancer type numbers that kind of jump off the page. And we do a level of cervical cancer screening at the health department through some federal and state funds. Breast cancer is less so line itemed in there, but we're able to kind of wrap it into some other program that we have. But there's more work to be done, but encouraged by the conversation that was started. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, now, if there's no further discussion or questions for Director Leahy, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Fantastic, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation today. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to the 7B, Area Agency on Aging. Ms. Lannon.
I use this to navigate. Wonderful. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Candy Lannon, and I am the Executive Director for the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan. I'm here today to present to you our fiscal year 24 annual report. This is my first time in front of the Commission, so it is very nice to meet everyone today. I'm going to start by describing the agency a little bit. I believe most all of you, if not all, are familiar with our organization, but we're a private nonprofit. We've actually been in the area for 50 years. Last year was our 50th anniversary. We were born out of the Older Americans Act back in 1965, and we were created around 1974. So as a private nonprofit, we're governed by a board of directors, and we have representation from each of the 10 counties that are in our service area. In Grand Traverse County, our commissioner is, our board member is Commissioner Walter. So it's wonderful to have her on our board. Looking at the financials, we're about an $18 million organization. We have basically two sides of the organization. What I mean by that is in terms of funding. So 70% of our funding comes from Medicaid funds through the Medicaid My Choice Waiver Program, and then 30% is through state and federal funding through the Older Americans and the Older Michiganians Act. Good portion of the money that we receive is passed through our organization onto local community providers. In Grand Traverse County, one of those is the Commission on Aging. They are a very strong community partner of ours. In fact, they share our building with us. So we like to say that we're an aging hub within Grand Traverse County, which is fantastic for community members that are looking for assistance with aging services and programs. Each year we put before you a match request for local match, and we do that because with those match dollars we're able to pull down additional federal and state dollars to bring into the community. The match this year request was approximately $7,800, and with that we were able to bring in back in 24 about $40,000 to Grand Traverse Commission on Aging. But to organizations within Grand Traverse County that serve the residents of Grand Traverse, it far exceeded that. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So your match is very valuable to bringing services to the seniors in Grand Traverse, and we want to thank you for that. So the money that's passed through our organization, we're responsible for auditing, assessing the programs to make sure they're abiding by the state and federal regulations. As you can see on this page, it has a list of different contractors because we have different contractual relationships with our providers. And you'll see Grand Traverse is not on this one. This is more of a traditional contract. But you can see there's a lot of services listed there. Nutrition is our largest program in Grand Traverse County. It's through the Community Action Agency. But throughout the 10 counties that we serve, excuse me, there was over 535,000 meals provided to older adults and caregivers in fiscal '24. That's a significant amount of meals, and that's the largest program that we have by far. And it addresses one of the biggest community needs that we see, which is food insecurity. The next page tells you a little bit about the programs that we do directly. Like I said, we pass through most of the funding, but we do have a few direct service programs. One of those is our information and assistance. So we man a phone line with social workers that answer community questions that are coming in. We refer out a lot to community resources as well. And then we also do a care management program and a My Choice Medicaid waiver program. And the goal of those two programs is to help those that are frail, either at risk for nursing home placement or eligible for nursing home placement based on medical risk, to be able to live at home independently and with dignity by providing those in-home services. Now, the difference, one of the differences between us and the Commission on Aging is that we don't provide hands-on care. That's what we partner with the Commission on Aging to do. And so we're more of the regional funding, planning, and advocacy arm, where the Commission on Aging, just like others in the other surrounding counties, they're the hands-on provider of the services in most cases. So there's no duplication of service. There's the partnering and the mutual back and forth of referrals based on those individual needs of those that seek help. On this next page here, page 4, you're going to see what's called purchase of service, and that's where Grand Traverse County COA comes in, is we have purchase of service agreements with them to provide services. And the Commission on Aging provides services through our arrangements for personal care, homemaking, respite care, foot care, snow plowing, etc. What I like about this picture is you can see the person in the center, and that's everything that we do is about meeting the person where they're at and addressing what their needs are. And so all the bubbles around the people represent different older adults and caregivers getting those services. And so some residents within Grand Traverse County are represented in this pictorial here. On page 5, it talks a little bit more about our direct services that we do through area agency. When I mentioned that we have social workers that man the phone lines, in fiscal '24, there were over 8,500 calls that came into our phone lines. I'm sorry, I did not go out late last night or anything. I don't know what's going on with my voice. But over 8,500 calls that came in that we answered and responded to. That's a lot for a staff of 4 social workers manning the phones in just over a year's time. And then we manage different calls related to elder abuse, and we work with Adult Protective Services oftentimes on those calls. I'm going to jump to the next page, page 6. We have a long-term. Thank you so much. How hot? Okay, thank you. Long-term care ombudsman. Do all of you know what an ombudsman is? Okay.
I was going to say, why don't you please explain?
I can do my best. So an ombudsman is someone that goes through a lot of training at the state level, and they're designated to be an ombudsman. And what their role is to go into licensed nursing homes, adult foster care, and assisted living. And their role is to make sure that the residents' rights are being honored. So for those that have any type of problem or issue they're trying to resolve, and they need somebody to bounce it off of and help them get resolution, that's what our ombudsman is for. And so we have, up until a couple months ago, we had 1 in our region, and there's about 3,400 licensed beds. So 1 ombudsman for that many people is not enough. We did a lot of advocacy statewide about a year ago or so, and we were able to get additional funding across the state for ombudsman support, and what that meant for our region was an additional ombudsman, and it was permanent funding. And so we just hired about 3 months ago a second ombudsman to share in that work. It's critically important for addressing needs and making sure rights are honored. And so we're really happy to have that addition to support the region. You can see on this slide all of the various visits that the ombudsman makes. What's represented on the slide here is the work of one person and 2 volunteers. So they were out seeing a lot of facilities, managing a lot of complaints. They also had over 1,100 calls for information and further assistance. So they're very, very busy. On the bottom of the page, there is our Medicare Assistance Program. It used to be called MAP, and what that is unbiased counseling for those that are Medicare eligible. You can see here, this was the number at the bottom, the 2.4, let's call it, million, was saved by older adults for going through the Medicare counseling. What a Medicare counselor does, they go through training, and they're able to counsel community members that have Medicare questions. And so right now is prime time. Open enrollment started today. And so you have people that are looking for, am I getting the right coverage that I need? Did my prescription drug plan change? Am I covered for what I need? And instead of going to an agent who may be getting commission on a particular plan or selling a particular plan, they're coming to us for unbiased information. And from there, they can pick their plan. We work with people that also work with agents, but they come just to double check with us to make sure truly it is the best plan for them, and or that they're maximizing the use of their benefits. So it's a great community service, and a lot of dollars are saved through that program. That's my report. Are there any questions?
Questions for Roslana?
I don't have a question. I usually ask her other questions, but I just want to share that Candy is newer to this position, although she's been with the agency and in this space for a long time, and she's been doing an incredible job this year, and we're so happy she's taken on the leadership role. So
Thank you.
thank you for being here today and for doing this important work, and hopefully more people will know more about what the Area Agency on Aging does. So thank you so much, Candy.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrews, you have a
Thank
question?
you. I just have one question. I'm up on page 4 under the contracted services. I see that one of the contractors that you work with is Legal Services of Northern Michigan, and the number of participants in that program. Can you just educate us a little bit about the type of legal assistance? I know we heard from the Commission on Aging, and they're doing some work, and we've also heard from our Register of Deeds about the need for legal assistance for older Americans who may be vulnerable to deed manipulation scams and otherwise. And I'm just curious of where the Area Agency on Aging fits into the legal services side of supporting our vulnerable elders.
Yeah, so we have dollars that come through to our organization from the state, and they're designated specifically for legal services. So we have to provide legal support for older adults. And through that funding, we've contracted for years with Legal Services of Northern Michigan. A lot of the issues that they work with older adults on is Medicaid eligibility, and helping them work through their Medicaid applications when there's hurdles and legal language that they don't understand and they're trying to navigate getting coverage. That's the primary. There's been other things that go through legal, some of them that you mentioned, and we don't have necessarily a defined list of topics that they can go to them for. It's open.
That's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I do want to mention real quick that we are required to do an annual strategic plan, and we have a strategic plan for the region, and then the state also develops a strategic plan through their Commission on Services to the Aging. And so we're hosting community conversations to get input on older adult needs in this region. And in Traverse City, there's going to be one hosted by the Area Agency on Aging in partnership with the state at the Michigan Works building off of Garfield on October 31st at 9 a.m. And I'd like to invite you all to come if there's anything that you would like the state to hear in terms of needs for older adults and caregivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions, Ms. Lannon? Oh, well, thank you so much for being here, dear, and thank you for your
Thank you.
report.
Thank you.
All righty, we're going to move along. So, public hearing for East Bay Charter Township. Approval of the Brownfield Plan for Traverse City Central Park Apartments. Who wants to tee that up? Ms. Jamison?
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. My name is Ann Jamison. I represent the Grand Traverse County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. We have a new project we're bringing before you today. I have representatives from the development team who are going to present a PowerPoint presentation along with their consultant from Fishbeck. And then we also have representatives from East Bay Township who have been wonderful partners on working through this project collaboratively with the county's Brownfield Authority. Big picture, I don't want to steal anybody's thunder here, but big picture, this is a new development, infill within East Bay Township. It's adjacent and contiguous to Tart Trail Systems. It is in what we would call sort of an infill, so it's currently vacant land that's being redeveloped, but is a priority area for the East Bay Township to promote additional workforce housing within their community. I am here to answer any questions going forward, but I'd like to introduce the development team who will come up and present the information on their project. Thank you.
Well, before you do that, Ms. Jamison, so is there some kind of declarative statement I need to say that the public hearing is now open before they do a presentation?
Yes, sir, you do.
All right, so,
Yes.
so declared. Please carry on, Ms. Jamison. Thank you.
So, as part of the public hearing, we would like to have the developers introduce the project. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Steve Calverley. I'm the CEO and managing member for Crimson. We're a real estate investment, development, and property management company. Kevin Kiefer, standing next to me, is also a member of Crimson and is our Senior VP of Operations. So if and when we get this project going, he'll be the hands-on person overseeing the running of the property specifically. And Logan Levitt is with Fishbeck, who's our consultant, who's helped navigate us through this process. Workforce housing is much needed, but rightfully so, is very closely vetted by everybody involved, and it takes people with a lot more expertise than me to help us guide through that. So thanks to Logan and Fishbeck. I think there is I put a company overview in the packet. Has everybody had a chance to look over that? I don't want to read it to you verbatim, but I will if you'd like to. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Run the screen. I'd also like to thank the Grand Traverse County Brownfield Authority and commissioners for hearing us out on this project, as well as the city of Traverse City. We've again, it's been a great group to work with. We're focused on workforce housing and are doing workforce housing in several other communities throughout the state. And I have to tell you, your collaboration with us in trying to bring workforce housing to your region is second to none. And I really appreciate everybody's professionalism and cooperation. Crimson, again, just to give you some oversight, like I said, we're a real estate investment, development, and property management company. We're headquartered in East Lansing, but we also have an office in Grand Rapids. We have projects throughout the state, Ludington, Muskegon, Greenville, Michigan, Grand Rapids, Lansing, and in southeastern Michigan as well. So We've been in business since 2001 and currently oversee about $500 million worth of properties, primarily multifamily. Our focus on workforce housing came about for two reasons. Number one, a great need for it. Number two, after COVID, when interest rates and material and labor inflation took effect, you couldn't get a multifamily project to pencil out, and that's what we do. So we started looking into, where's the need? We're always only interested in doing business where there's a need and a willingness to proceed on projects that make sense. And we developed a workforce housing product back before COVID, just because even then we saw the expense in rents going to an unsustainable level. So that is our focus now, and hope to have the opportunity to bring the much needed workforce housing to East Bay Township. With that, I know we've got, I think Ann's already told you, the project in East Bay Township is 240 workforce housing unit, multifamily units. There's 10 24-unit buildings and a clubhouse and all the amenities that go with it. As Ann mentioned, we connect to the trail. The community is walkable, and we have charging stations, dog parks, playgrounds, fitness center, business office. We've built this product before, and it's been a very successful product, especially with the rents that allow housing that typically, if you're in the workforce and you're a nurse, a fireman, a teacher, service worker, your choices for housing are somewhat limited in terms of quality housing. You can't quite afford the Class A, all the bells and whistles, but don't want to live in something substandard either. So this is kind of referred to as the missing middle. And don't get me wrong, it's Class A housing, but because of the brownfield opportunities, it allows us to offer rents substantially below market rate. But I'll wait and let Logan get into that when she presents the plan. So the rest of it's just marketing stuff, so I'll spare you all that. Logan? And any questions you have, we're here for that, so thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll get into some of the numbers here. So as he mentioned, the development is 240 units. There's 50 units that are set to be below 120% AMI, and then 190 units that are for 65 to 95% of AMI, which for reference is about $48,000 to $70,000, so that missing middle area. Of those 190 units, 70 of them are going to be income qualified, although all of the units are anticipated to be within that missing middle range. And then there's just some metrics down here that those rents are being able to be substantially lowered due to the benefit of the Brownfield plan and tax increment financing. So the current taxable value of the property is just over $60,000. And after the nearly $49 million investment, the future taxable value is anticipated to increase to just under $17 million. The developer is seeking reimbursement of about $18 million. And then we also worked with the township to include some of their costs related to TART trail and further connectivity to that. So there is some township eligible activities in there of just under $300,000. The Grand Traverse County Brownfield Authority has some admin and their local brownfield revolving capture. So all of these estimates are approximate, as you all know, with tax increment financing. Whatever is actually incurred is what the developers are eligible for reimbursement. So TIF reimbursement by source. So the county is investing about 12% of the taxes. That's the county operating millage, which is about $2.7 million over the 30-year term of the Brownfield plan. The local taxing jurisdiction, so everything else on the tax bill that's local, is about 24%. And then the state of Michigan, which has the state education tax and school operating millage, which are those larger millages on the tax bill, they're investing 64% of the TIF. And then there are non-capturable debt and special assessments that are levied during the term of the plan. Those are not eligible for capture by the brownfield plan, so those are still levied, still paid by the developer, and still dispersed over to those debt millages and special assessments of $5.1 million. So that will be received during the term of the brownfield plan. There is a residential housing tax abatement on this property as well that is being sought with the township, and that's a 12-year abatement. And then the brownfield plan would be for the full term, the 30 years. And then we did come to an agreement with the township that because the residential housing tax abatement does impact their special assessment, that there would be a municipal service agreement that the developer would pay for whatever was supposed to be abated of that special assessment to essentially make them whole and make sure that they're still able to have, I believe it is a public special assessment with fire. So still making sure that this new development is able to help fund that special assessment and that they're still able to get those services to the property.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question while she's on this slide?
Absolutely.
So could you explain for us, under the duration, the tax abatement for 12 years and the brownfield for 30 years? Explain what that means.
Yes, absolutely. So they seem like they would be conflicting because the tax abatement is going to be lowering the taxes, but essentially for those first 12 years, they'll have a lower tax. The TIF will still be in place, so that's the first 12 years of the brownfield plan, and then once the tax abatement sunsets in year 12, then the taxes will go up, and there will be more increment to be captured, and that'll run the term of the 30 years. So the 12 years is part of the 30 years, if that helps answer your question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that last bullet?
Yes.
Is that a statutory carve-out, or was that a negotiated agreement with East Bay Township?
So it was a negotiated agreement. The brownfield plan does not affect the special assessment. As mentioned, you can't capture that. So if it was just a brownfield plan statutorily, that wouldn't have been impacted. But because there is a tax abatement layered into this, the tax abatement does actually impact that special assessment. So in order to ensure that the fire was able to receive the full benefit, especially with the new development, they came to a negotiation that they would help pay that what was anticipated to be abated by that tax abatement to make them whole.
And is that an option that's available, say, to a county that provides the law enforcement service to that unit or that area? Is that an option that the county could negotiate with the developer for public safety?
Yeah, so like a municipal service agreement is something that I've been seeing a lot more throughout the state of Michigan, especially for those key important services that are needed to be, they're anticipated to have more service to certain areas, especially with a larger development. So you can always certainly negotiate municipal service agreements, which are typically like a payment that is made by the developer to, help provide those services to their development. So yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
A follow-up question on that. You mentioned that it was an assessment, so if I'm remembering correctly, the public safety services is an assessment. Is that then on, where is that $71,000 actually coming from?
Yes, so it's a special assessment that's levied on a specific district within the township, correct? Or would you like to come up, township, to speak to that? But the $71,000 amount I can speak to, that we essentially calculated what was anticipated to be levied if there was no tax abatement, then layered in the tax abatement to show what the reduction would be, and they're making up that reduction amount. So that's how we came to the number, and I'll let the township speak to the assessment further.
Hi, Tracy Bartlett, the treasurer at the township. The special assessment is on all real property, and it covers ambulance, fire, and police in the township. So it covers what we would pay the county for our 2 CPOs, and it covers our Metro Fire Authority, and then East Bay has their own ambulance service, and it covers that.
And is that $71,000 fully cover?
Yes, because they will still have some of the land, like the underlying dirt. still gets a tax, and that will pay the special assessment, but the improvements for the buildings and whatnot does not get the special assessment. So we've got an agreement that they will pay whatever it would have been to have that special assessment covered.
And so that 71,000 a year is what they would have contributed on is it a $48 million project? Annually?
Yes.
So the $48 million would have otherwise generated 71,000 a year
Yes.
in special assessment district?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Makes it whole.
Yep.
Any other questions on this slide?
Sorry, I started something there.
I do have a question, and it goes back, I'm just trying to get a handle on the numbers, because I think something you said is a little different than in the memo, related to the number of apartments that are priced. In the memo, I think it says 190 apartments in the complex will be priced to renters earning 65 to 87, but I thought I heard a 95. I thought you said 90.
I would refer
You
to
did.
Ann's memo. I'm sure that hers
Okay,
is.
so these numbers are different, so what are the real numbers?
I would refer to Ann's memo as the most up-to-date information.
So that means Ann's coming up. Okay, can you clarify so we can write down the real numbers?
It's 87%.
So 190 of the units are going to be targeted for renters earning between 65 and 95% area median income, but the target rents, which are different, are falling in to target rents between the 65 and I think it was
87.
87, yeah.
Where is that in the plan?
So in the plan, if you look to what appendix is your potential rent loss in? Okay. So in the Brownfield plan, there is a table that's attached in the appendices that's described as the potential rent loss table. And you will see that there's a number of rents and the correlation on what those rents are bringing for the target rents based on the percentage area median income.
And
Someone find that
let's,
page.
yeah, let's find that page, because that's what we're approving today.
That's correct.
And I-
Well, it's in part what you're approving. So you're improving the potential rent loss, but you're also approving go to the table 1 in the Brownfield plan.
Yep,
Did you find that?
yep, it's on page 26 of 111.
Yeah, so the Brownfield plan will break down the eligible activities. So the eligible activities are inclusive of a very small amount of environmental, which was for their phase 1 environmental site assessment. There are site preparation activities, infrastructure activities, and those are prorated at 79% of the units that are actually income qualified under this Brownfield plan. And then there is a potential rent loss calculation based on 70 of the units. And the reason they only ran 70 of the units for potential rent loss is because the Brownfield plan can't support any more than the 70 units because there's just not enough incremental taxes to reimburse.
So let's find the potential rent loss table, because I'm not seeing that I see.
So following table 1,
Yep, table 2.
scroll down, keep going.
Yep,
then,
that's total captured incremental tax.
yep, keep
schedule.
going.
And there's several pages of table 2. Table 3 is estimated reimbursement schedule.
Proceed to the next page, please.
An unlabeled, a non-numbered housing TIF financing gap calculation.
That's it.
Okay, so that is the official enforceable
That is the official enforceable documentation.
32 of 111.
Yes.
Thank you.
You say
Yes,
32.
Between 65 and 80, 90 between 60 and 100.
Looks like this. There you go, the yellow one, yeah.
So that's built
Page
in
90.
to the annual enforcement, those numbers?
That's correct. So in the development and reimbursement agreement, we'll have a reference to the Brownfield plan, inclusive of the specifics in the, yeah.
Just a thought, maybe to give that table a number, since it's apparently the most important table in the 111 pages.
Well,
That's
no.
why it's colored. Highlighted.
Any other questions?
Any more comments or questions at this juncture? Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. I think that was all we had for our slides. So do you guys have anything else you want to say? Otherwise, we appreciate your time and happy to answer any other questions.
Could you tell me your name again?
Yes, I'm Logan Mulholland.
How do you spell that?
M-U-L Holland.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So,
We have other representatives from East Bay here if.
well, this is a public hearing, so there are folks that want to have an opportunity to talk. We can do that as well, but if anybody from East Bay would like to further add.
Yeah, and I'll also just quickly note that the plan went to the East Bay Township on August 11th for approval, and then it was approved by the Brownfield Authority on August 28th. So.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Claire Carner. I'm the Director of Planning and Zoning with East Bay Township, and we are here to support the this brownfield plan for Crimson on behalf of the township. We feel that this TIF paired with the residential housing district will allow for much needed housing, attainable housing in our region. It's consistent with East Bay Township Master Plan. The Planning Commission went through the site plan review, approved it, I think in March or February of this year. We've really appreciated the collaboration both with the county as well as with the developer. As was mentioned previously, built into this plan, we've got almost $300,000 set aside that the township will pay for the extending the trail, not on the development property, but connecting the development property with the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy headquarters to the new 3-mile trail. So we're actually, the township will be paying to extend that trail. There's going to be a rapid flashing beacon, safe crossing across 3-mile road, and then a connection to the new 3-mile trail. So that's about $300,000 that the township will be able to be reimbursed through this brownfield plan. So we're excited about that. I think that's about it. Happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to say that we've appreciated the process and the collaboration with both the county and the developer.
Go ahead, Commissioner Andrews.
Sure, thank you. I just have a question. This is probably for our brownfield, for Ann. I'm looking at page 14 where we have the specific housing need, and we've got the study from 2023, which has been used to support every brownfield plan that's come before this board for the last 3 years. I think we've probably approved over 6 projects between housing pilots and TIFs and brownfields using the same data, which to my knowledge we have completely filled the 288 units and the 81 to 120 between other projects we've already approved for tax abatements in at this board. And we've made a chunk. At one point I had a list of the number of units we've approved, but it's more than 300. So how do we keep using the same data to support more tax abatement projects without context of the projects that have already been completed and filled, frankly, potentially 100 or more % of that need, at least in the 80 to 120?
Commissioner Andrews, I very much appreciate that question. So we did work with the development team and request that they complete a site-specific market study. So that data is also attached to the brownfield plan. I believe that Fishbeck had used a portion of the original Housing North plan to look at sort of correlation of data. But if you go to the next attachment, final appendix, most likely the final appendix before the resolutions from the from East Bay Township and Grand Traverse County, there is a site-specific market study. We're trending towards that now within the Grand Traverse County Brownfield Authority review. When we receive new projects, we're requesting that the developers, in addition to, as you know, we vet their financials, their underwriting, their return on investment, debt service coverage ratio, et cetera, to be able to support this gap financing. We also are now requiring those site-specific studies because, as Commissioner Andrews stated, yes, we need to keep our eye on the ball on, where we are in the market, and are we, basically, can the market absorb this amount of housing? Because otherwise, it's not going to be financially viable for the developers to, this is at risk for them. If, if the project doesn't move forward, if they don't rent up, everything is basically proportional to the reimbursement.
So the appendix just has those two Klaus property, phase 1 and phase 2 environmental studies. I don't see, did I miss it?
Yes.
There we go, from the Bowen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a similar researcher. It's the same research, I believe, Bauer. Yeah. But they are, well known in the industry. So.
And I just have one more question. Back to page 32. Thank you for clarifying that and for having those site-specific market assessments. Where I see that the control rent is controlled to a mean between the highest and the lowest. Is that that's obviously not a weighted average, right? Because you may have, say, in the 2-bedroom for the control rent that sets the amount by which rent will be low, right? The gap that therefore sets the amount of reimbursement. So if you've got a 2-bedroom at the low end, according to Bowen, is $1,600 and the high end is $2,700, but I suspect you have probably 10, 20, 30 to 1 at the low end than the high end. So doesn't using a mean, is mean statutory or is that a choice? Because it seems like using the mean would sway that number upward.
Yeah, so statutorily or from MSHDA guidance, there's actually control rent that's posted on their website, and it's quite high.
Yes.
It's anticipated to cover inflationary factors over a long period of time, and they update that annually. So what we've done to be more site-specific is based on their market study, we took the low end and the high end rents that was in that site-specific study to find the mean, and we use that as our control rent, which is much lower than the one established by MSHDA online.
Yeah, I saw the one on MSHDA. It's shocking.
It is.
For Grand Traverse County to be assessed rents, control rents at those numbers. So I appreciate that you have chosen a more tailored approach than what MSHDA thinks our control rents are. Thank you.
Any more comment? Commissioner Walter?
Just a question for the board. Isn't there an ad hoc still out there about
Yep.
Brownfield and TIF?
We meet tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I just lost track of it, as I do. Okay, is there any update from the ad hoc that
By all means, please.
may be helpful in this discussion?
The ad hoc has been talking about whether the county at a level could come up with something resembling a checklist of the types of projects that we think would be sort of, I don't want to say guaranteed, but assured approval, with this concept being that, at certain AMIs, certain thresholds, it's sort of a pass-through, and if it's not those, then it's then it's, I don't want to say the burden shifts, because the burden is always on the applicant to prove their entitlement, but there's sort of it's going to be received with more scrutiny, I guess you could say, as opposed to the checklist. So the idea would be to provide notice around as to what and at this point, I think what we've looked at is what are some of those items, and then with placeholders for what the range would be for this board to consider. Is that a fair summary, Ann?
Very much so. Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to share is I did hear from Housing North recently that they are planning to update that regional, what's the name of it? Housing
gap. Yeah.
Housing needs assessment.
Thank you.
Next year. So as we know, by the time things like that come out, there's always a lag, but it is the best data that we have. But So something to look forward to.
Great information. Thank you.
Yes, on that note, if you look, the housing gap that Housing North gave us is from 2023. And I'd be willing to bet in the last 2 years, we've probably approved almost 1,000 units that are less than 100% AMI, so it's not accurate. So it needs to be redone. Having been on the BRA, been there firsthand for that. So is there any more comments, questions, concerns? Commissioner Nelson?
I just want to say I thank you guys for doing this. You're looking to spend almost $50 million in our community, so that's good. We're going to take a property that has a taxable value of $60,770, and we're going to take it to just a few dollars short of $17 million of taxable value. That's 279.72 times. I'm kind of a numbers guy sometimes. So
How many times was that?
279.72. You can quote me. I checked my math.
Take it.
That's a pretty significant. We're going to get $300,000 for the TART Trail. We're going to get housing on the east side, which is a reason that the east side of the county has had some pressure for this, because if you look at, I'm in District 6, this is actually District 7, very, very few housing. There's only really one apartment complex in the district. There's a need out there. That area is looking to grow, and it's probably going to come. I thank East Bay Township for your work on this. I know this has been a lot of work, a lot of time spent, and I know you guys know what you're doing, but I know this is a tough process to get through. So I'm in favor of this. I was on the Metro board, and I know what this does for the budget, but it also pays for, it makes you whole on any losses you'd have. You're not going to have any losses for both fire and police, so that's covered. The school's covered, the school tax isn't taken away, and it's giving us something that we absolutely need. We know it. So I just want to thank everyone involved for, there's going to be a time that these don't make sense in this county. I've said that before, but we're not there yet. So thank you.
Mr. Walter?
Somebody mentioned earlier in the presentation that you'd been working with Traverse City, but there's nothing about this that has anything to do directly with the city, right?
No, it's just one of those odd things that while it's located in East Bay Township, it has a mailing address associated with the
Sure.
city of yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure East Bay gets the credit for this. Because everybody thinks it's Traverse City. Well, I mean, the name is Traverse City, so that is confusing as well. Traverse City Central Park, but it's in East Bay Township. So kudos.
I apologize, that was my fault. I was trying to recognize everybody, and I got caught by the City of Traverse sign up there.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify and
Clearly,
give the
Grand
shout
Traverse
out
County and East Bay
to,
Township this couldn't happen without either your support, so
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
well, shout out to East Bay for doing all the heavy lifting on this.
So I'm a big fan of the project. I like where you're getting lower to the bigger needs, lower to the 65%. I'm on the BRA, as I stated, and I supported the project then, and I support it now. So I'm going to make the motion that we approve it as presented. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to close the public hearing first. Is there any public comment? Public hearing is now closed. Now I'll make the motion that we approve this as presented.
Support.
Any comments, questions, or concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Passes. Thank you very much for being here today. I look forward to the completion of the project. Thank you, everyone involved. Where are we at? Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
That's a good idea. father-in-law
We're gonna have to send
passed
both of
away.
those to Matt.
You know, the siblings were all. What do you want?
They said 290, we didn't give them 290. Because they were originally asking 4 something.
Right.
Family?
Well, then they sold the building. Please, thank you. So we had A5 pulled from the consent calendar, I believe it was Commissioner Andrews.
Yeah,
excuse me.
thank you. This is just a receive and file item, the Pine Rest Traverse City Clinic semi-annual report. The report indicates that a one-time funding gift of $290,000 to address operational capital and program development needs for Pine Rest. And since we had a discussion about this just recently when we were looking at marijuana funds, we did not approve $290,000, we approved $150,000. If Commissioner Walter, you're looking at me, you remember we had 2 motions that day. So I went back to the minutes from the August 21st, 2024 meeting to confirm the Pine Rest request. And that was actually the second request. The original was for
460 something originally.
$460,000. They came back and asked for $290,000 from the marijuana revenue. And that motion was defeated. And then Commissioner Walter moved and was seconded by Commissioner Jewett to approve the allocation of $150,000 from marijuana revenue to Pine Rest toward the funding of a child psychiatrist. And I believe Commissioner Walter, correct me if I'm wrong, was very intentional because there were multiple components to that original request. It was defeated for various reasons,
Yeah,
and
we
so
went back and forth a few times.
yep. And so you presented a more limited in scope and more limited in money, and that did pass, which raises a concern because the motion was for a child psychiatrist. and the only spending to date has been for training, and that was the part that was rejected, in essence, when we changed the motion, or when the motion was defeated and then reintroduced.
Well, there were a lot of other things in their proposal, right, other than that. So I can't remember. There was, actual infrastructure training. There were a bunch of things as part of that original 290, I think.
Yeah, but the motion that passed was to approve, was toward funding a child psychiatrist. And the spending is not towards that, as far as I can tell. And my extra concern is that the service agreement, which effectuated the motion, right? So we passed the motion and we authorize administration to move that forward. The scope of work there reflects the original motion, not the amended motion. That's the last page of the contract. And so I guess I've just got questions about how does that happen? I also noticed that in the contract, the service agreement, there was up to 5 years. I'm looking at paragraph 3, agreement period and termination. The provider shall commence performance of the services and obligations required of it hereunder on October 1st, 2024, and shall continue through December 31st, 2029, quote, time being of the essence.
Sorry.
Well, I know they were having trouble, I think, recruiting,
Yep.
so
Yeah, I
that
have a
was
feeling
part of the
that's one of
runway.
them.
We were giving the opportunity for recruitment and
Yep.
establishment of that, so.
So here we are a year later, we've spent $1,000 on training and nothing towards recruiting a child psychiatrist.
I
So
don't know.
those are my questions.
I don't want to speak for them, obviously, I can't, but we've only spent $1,000 of this because it is possible, very possible, that they haven't been able to recruit or find. But this $1,000 reading this, the Train the Trainer 8-hour course, it allows them to begin training 2 additional therapists while receiving intensive supervision through the PCIT organization. Michelle will be committing to a minimum of 3 to 4 hours a week over the next year or so to achieve her trainer certification. So I believe, looking at this, not knowing the facts for sure, that they're working toward this. I suspect they're more frustrated than we are that they haven't found somebody. Maybe we should ask them to come in and report to us at a different meeting, just to get an update rather than...
That's a great idea because, yeah, I agree. I don't understand a therapist to be a child psychiatrist. I think those are 2 different things, but I would be very interested to ask them that. I think that's
If you
Commissioner
don't know,
Nelson's
you should ask.
suggestion is I would agree with that.
So could we, all right, thank you.
Commissioner, which date was the original vote?
October 1st?
21st. August
21st.
21st, 24.
I will go back and review the motions as it relates to the contract to make sure that we've got it right.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think that's just an invitation.
I agree. So do you want to receive and file with the dollar gift amount amended?
Well,
What it should be? Can we do that?
The-
Should we just
the-
reject it?
I think the information is incorrect. We did not award 290,000. We awarded 150. So I think it would be best to reject it. Let us clean this up and get
Pull
it
it,
back to you
table
in the
it, and
future.
move ahead.
That way we don't have something in the record that isn't accurate.
So can we just not act on it?
Sure.
Is
Well,
Matt, is
We
it
don't
okay
need
with
to
that?
table it or
Just-
anything, we can just not act.
Just
I
ignore it
think.
and move on? And come back at a
Do you
later
know
date?
what, so in a consent calendar, because it was there, are we, I just want to make sure.
I think you're voting to receive it, and I don't think that's inappropriate.
Go ahead, Matt. I see your face.
So if there's no motion on the floor and it hasn't been received and filed, it would not be approved, and it would need to come back on a future agenda if you were to receive and file it.
Thank you.
There it is. So,
no action.
there you go. Any comments, questions, concerns from anybody? Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We're moving right along. We're going to go to departmental items 9A. Sheriff, Captain Briggs.
Good morning, Mike Shea, Grand Traverse County Sheriff.
we're here to request renewal of our contract with Axon for body-worn cameras. Roughly 6 years ago, our office established a committee to study and research body-worn cameras. It was very extensive. We tried numerous ones. The result was overwhelming. Axon was where we wanted to go. The board, I think it was unanimously approved entering into that agreement. That has morphed over time. We utilize Axon for tasers. We also utilize Axon for evidence.com, which allowed us to exit another contract that we were using and spending money on to store all of our digital evidence. It's intertwined with the prosecuting attorney's office. It was a very in-depth endeavor with the assistance and support of IT. We're here today requesting to continue that. You'll see there is a slight cost difference. I want you to just understand this is not just body-worn cameras you are talking about. If you were to move away from Axon, you are looking at a much bigger picture, which I will let Captain Brinks answer the majority of your questions on. But to date, I believe Axon is still the direction we need to go and want to go, and we're asking for your support. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Questions, comments, concerns? Commissioner Nelson.
I'll say this, that at the airport recently, the board there was looking at body-worn cameras for the new police force there, and talked to the prosecuting attorney's office and asked them, because the city police has a different system than the county sheriff, and prosecuting attorney's office feedback was that the Axon was a better system for them. They much preferred it over what the city police were using. That wasn't a negative comment in the airport toward the city police, just that it was preferred. And after fairly good research, we also went with Axon at the airport. So I would make a motion to, I'm sure there's a motion here, but to go with Axon on the for a new contract for 5 years.
Comments, questions, concerns? Or is there a second?
Second.
All right. Comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, question. Thank you for bringing this back and sharing about the bid process. That's helpful. Question about the timing of it, since we are, right now it's proposed to be in the budget for 2026, but we haven't approved the budget yet, and this current contract ends in April. Is there, what's the reason we're doing this today and not just, tell me more about that, the timing of it.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brandon Brinks, I'm the patrol captain for the Sheriff's Office. So I just want to let you know, too, we also have Kyle Heitz, who's our Axon rep, that's with us today, and he can help answer some questions, too, with some of the financial end of things. But with this contract, it's supposed to expire in April. However, by renewing a little bit early, we get back some of that money for the refresh for the new cameras that we're getting. And that's one big thing with Axon. We're able to get new cameras every 30 months, and so we get a little bit of a credit back for the amount of time that we're getting this contract done a little bit early. I also was just thinking it's just a little bit easier if we can renew this in January. It makes it a little closer to the fiscal year for renewing in the future. So it gets us on track a little bit better with that.
How much are we getting back? What's the credit?
Kyle, are you able to answer that one?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on. The credit back is just under $20,000, $19,277.70.
Offset 4 years of the increase on the contract. I'm sorry, Commissioner Nelson, my apologies.
I just wanted to note when I was reading this in the packet beforehand that the evidence.com, there are 400,000 pieces of digital evidence and 44 terabytes of digital storage there. I'm not an IT guy, but I know that's what you would call a lot.
It's significant.
I thought that was of note.
And it's growing exponentially as well, just because the majority of what we take in now is digital evidence, video, photos. It's incredible what's coming in every day.
I gotta believe the ease of getting through that and getting your hands on that is important
Yep, and evidence.com's super easy to use, and it's very easy for the citizens to use too, and that gets used every day for people to put evidence into our system.
And we'll be saving $2,400?
Yep,
per year?
2,000, and it's because we bundled everything together this time. In the last contract, we ended up having to add some things on, and so yeah, $2,408 will be saving a year with the new contract.
Nice.
I like that. Any more comments or
So
questions?
just built into it, every 30 months you get new
Yes.
equipment, that's just
Yep.
part of the contract?
And Axon
Got it.
stuff is super robust. We really don't have a lot of problems. The feedback from all the deputies is great. But we get new docking systems, we get new hardware, we get new cameras. It all gets shipped to us. We're able to put it out easily, and it's pretty seamless. And it's, with the weather conditions that we work in, where you're going from an 80-degree car to a 14-degree day on a traffic crash, and it's raining or snowing, like, they hold up well, but it's still nice to have those refreshes every 30 months with new equipment, so.
The other thing I'd like to inject is, when the committee was initially studying this, one thing we were looking at is reliability, right? What's the purpose of having a body-worn camera if 25% of the time it was going to fail? These have been outstanding in functionality, and I said it 5 years ago, I'll say it today. I wouldn't be a cop today without a body-worn camera, and the last thing you want is it not to function when you need it to. And Axon's track history is phenomenal. So, in my opinion, they lead the pack, and it's worth the little bit of extra money on paper, but overall, it's a savings per year of what we're currently paying. So, anyway.
Any more comments, questions, concerns? So we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Nelson, support by Commissioner Morris. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff Captain, for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to 9B, the 2025 apportionment report. Mr. Baker.
Good morning.
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 I would like to start by thanking all of the local taxing authorities for working with us on gathering all these 2025 tax rate requests. It is an interesting process, and it has many moving parts, and to get them all in and get them correct is quite a challenge, but the nice thing this year is that there are no ballot proposals on the November election that will retroactively affect this report. This should be the report for the year.
Good. I don't mean to interrupt your report, but could you introduce yourself, tell the people at home who you are?
I'm sorry.
Thank
My
you.
name's Jim, and I'm the Director of Equalization for Grand Traverse County. Just one fun fact is that this report represents approximately $280 million that's collected out of our county. So I would entertain any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Baker? What was that number again?
280 million.
Do you happen to have the-
Approximately.
Do you happen to have the percent change from last year's number?
I did not calculate last year's approximate dollars.
I was going to do that and forgot to as well.
That would be nice.
I usually report that in our equalization report, which is a more factual number than this approximation.
Awesome. So, there's no comments, questions, concerns?
Was it about 7.5%?
That was what our last report was, yes.
7.65%, to be precise. I'm a little more reckless.
I'll make the motion to approve the 2025 apportionment
Say
report as
7.5%.
presented.
Support.
Fantastic. We have a motion by Commissioner Andrews, support by Commissioner Nelson to approve as presented for the 2025 apportionment report. Yep, we do. This is going to be a roll call vote. When you're ready, Ms. Shealy.
All right. Nelson?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your
Thank
time
you.
today. We're going to go to 9C, the Acme Township Special Assessment District. Mr. Bott?
Good morning, Commissioners. This is for a project that the Grand Traverse County Road Commission is currently doing for, in partnership with Acme Township. It's Hampshire Drive, road improvements. We've done a couple of these in the past. They're actually supported by a special assessment district that is established. In 2015, we issued $945,000 in Michigan Transportation Fund bonds for another Acme Township project. And then also in 2021, about $375,000 in bonds for road improvements. These are primarily done in areas that would typically not receive road funding. You know, they're not local roads, they're generally a subdivision or a certain part of the township that's not deemed to be a local road. But state law does allow for this type of financing. It does require Board of Commissioner approval per Act 51, so that's what you have in front of you today, the county bond resolution. The Road Commission did approve the project in June of this year. The resolution was prepared by John Axe, a different, he's not the bond counsel that we normally work with, but we are working with Mr. Steve Burke and MFCI in terms of the financial analysis. Both Steve and myself have reviewed the resolution, and we're comfortable with, you know, what's written. It will come back for final signature. This is a draft of that resolution, but board approval is required to proceed in the process to issue bonds that will cover the work. The work is currently underway. The project will be completed yet this year, and so I'm asking for your approval on the resolution that you have in your packet.
Any questions on that, Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah. So I'm not opposed to this resolution, but my mortgage calculator online says paying 7% a year for 15 years on a $340,000 bond, of which $10,000 is bond fees to a bond counsel, means that the community is going to pay an extra $210,000 in interest for this project over 15 years. That's almost, what, 80% of the total project cost. And gosh, that's a heavy burden to add to people. Is this the only option available to do things like this?
No. The bond resolution states the maximum interest rate. We don't anticipate that the bonds are going to come in at 7%. We would not issue bonds if we received bids back and proposals from any interested party that would bid on these bonds. It's just the resolution states that we're not going to pay more than 7%. I don't know what the interest rates currently are, but I can tell you they're nowhere near 7%. So,
Yeah, I think when we had our bond counsel, we asked him what where things are, and he said 4.5 or 4.25 or something like that.
4 to 4.25.
So this 7.
But I
so
guess,
this will be put out for bid. Typically, it's not uncommon to have 15 to 20 banks usually in this dollar range will bid on this and ultimately provide the financing. But the resolution is required to state the maximum amount that would be borrowed and also what the maximum interest rate. If the proposals came back at 7%, we would look for other financing options.
What was the term of the bond? I'm sorry.
Up to 15.
Usually they're 15 years, and keep in mind, you've got a group of residents that are, that's where this process has taken about 2 years to get to this point. was kind of surprised that no one from the township is here, but, you know, it is what it is. This is the third one for this township, and
Well, it's kind of surprised that the County Road Commission's not here either.
I guess,
yeah, I feel like I'm all alone
Yeah,
on
you-
this
They
one.
just
Kinda
left you on an
like-
island,
So-
Mr. Bott. My apologies, Commissioner Nelson.
Oh,
you go
yeah,
ahead, if
so
you wanna
no,
finish,
so I
go
guess
ahead.
my question, you know, I'm looking at this as, is this a 15-year, is this road project gonna last 15 years? That seems,
It will.
They,
They don't seem
that's
to
a
anymore.
good,
they don't see, right?
well,
So I guess
the road I'm on was paved in 1995, and it's, you know, it could use some work, but you wouldn't be able to finance this for a period of time that's longer than the improvement. So not, will the road last 15 years? It has to. Will it? I don't know, but we're issuing bonds for that period of time. It's backed by the assessments that will be levied on the residents that live on the road. And I do think that the road commission anticipates that the life of that road will have at least a minimum period of 15 years.
And I guess that's fine, and I would hope you're not paying on it beyond the life of this project, because that would seem inherently unfair to the person who buys this project, this property, right? That's now subject to a 15-year bond for a project that, you know, if it only lasted 10 years,
Correct.
you're still paying on it. I guess more fundamentally, I do have a concern if, you know, we just heard that the county's sitting, we dedicated $150,000 to Pine Rest, $1,000 of it has been spent. We've got lots of cannabis money sitting there. Is there a scenario where the county charges a much lower rent in fewer time than it takes bond counsel from somewhere to, you know, spend 2 years on a project, and we finance it over a 5-year project at 3%, and everybody's better off, right? Is there a scenario where we explore things like that make it easier on communities to repave their land, their roads, when we're sitting on funding that we're now going to bond out for?
That would be a possibility at some point. You could establish a program that would do that. How you would work with the road commission to manage that, you know, I wouldn't recommend the county taking something like that on your own, because that's not generally the business of a county government. That's what you have your road commissions for.
But road commissions don't have cannabis money the way counties
Well,
do.
Seems like we've committed our cannabis dollars.
I'm
so-
using that as a
Yep.
proxy.
No, it would be a possibility. We have assisted townships in the past with looking at what debt they're currently carrying, and in a period of time when the county paid off bond issues, advanced the money to do that, to get out from under interest rates that were 2 and 3 times what we were earning on our money. Peninsula Township still is repaying us under a situation like that, but that is an option. I would anticipate that the interest rate on these bonds will be somewhere between 4 to 4.5%.
Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, I just looked up a quick look on the muni bond rates. For 10 years, about 3.2, 20 years is 4.45, so yeah, I think you're
Well,
right.
the
it's gonna
longer
fall.
term, the longer you finance, obviously, the more risk there is with the interest rate. But this is very secure. There's really no risk to the county. There will be an agreement between the road commission and the township to make sure that the payments are made. You know, we will ultimately make the payments, charge the road commission, who in turn will recover from the residents through the special assessment. So does it affect our credit rating? No.
Not at that small amount. I want to kind of clarify that the special assessment district for Hampshire Drive, this is a small little loop road that is, I don't know exactly how old it is, but it's probably 40 years old. It's potholed and patched and turning back to gravel. It's a feral road, I guess is how I would describe it. And there's a supermajority of the neighbors have signed that they will have this assessment added to their property. And it really comes from this neighborhood, and then they go to the township who has to approve it. Now it comes to us. But really, it's the township that's requesting, excuse me, not the township, it's the neighborhood that's requesting this. It just has to go through the road commission and the township and now us. But I think it's important to support them on this. They're paying the bulk of this individually through their, and it's assessed to their home, and it stays, if they sell the home, that assessment's still there for the 15 years. And the road is expected to last much longer than that 15-year period.
Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that, they're bringing it to us, and I don't think it's a great deal either, but this is, it's how you get it done. If you have a private road, a neighborhood association, the road commission isn't coming to pave your road, right? Even though you're paying the same taxes as somebody else, when you live in a private subdivision, like, it's the unfortunate reality of it, and so they voted to tax themselves, right, to do this, and
Right.
I don't think it's a great thing either, but there really isn't another way at this point for a private road to be paved using anybody else's dollars, right?
And it's a public road, but it's a subdivision, and so it's not, in fairness, it really is.
Well,
It's not a road that you and I are not gonna use unless we're visiting
Right.
somebody that lives there.
That's what I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's really the only fair way. They shouldn't be asking the entire county to pay for a road to.
Yep. So my beef is here, to the extent I have one, is not with the fact that it's the property owners that are paying it. My beef is more with the governmental process to achieve that, where it takes over 2 years, and this is going to take another 6 months or more, and then it'll be scheduled, and then, I mean, these people are living on a road where, because of a process to get 338, I think it was less than the 340 before you added all the.
Well, I'm not aware of what happened in the last 2 years to make it that way, and so I can't really point fingers as to.
So I've heard, and I assume others have, about the SAD process is a broken process in this county. In order for a neighborhood like this to get a project from, we need it, from a feral road to, 3 to 4, maybe longer years before the work happens, I am not accepting of the fact that this is just the way it is. There are other ways to finance, right, a special assessment district. The ultimate financing of it, and I just am not willing to accept that government must operate this way. And I'm not arguing against this project. I have no concerns about doing this today. I just think we should be open to, are there more efficient ways to fund private projects like this?
Well, is it a question to have the road commission come and talk to us about the process? Because it's not our process, I'm assuming, we're a part of it, but it is only because of the funding piece, but it is a road commission process.
I think that would be very helpful.
I think the bulk of this time involved in this process was really within the neighborhood. I don't have the dates on when it was actually presented to Acme Township and the road commission.
Birding cat.
But a lot of it's just right in the neighborhood. You got neighborhood meetings and like, wait, what do you want to charge me? Why do I have to pay it? It's a.
The complaints we've heard from supervisors, I've heard, is that it is not the neighbors that are getting organized. That's a problem. It's above that. It's either at the township or more likely at the road commission that it's a challenge.
The special assessment district, this process is a long, lengthy process. I heard somebody comment just recently about herding cats, and that's what exactly it is. It's bureaucracy. This is why it takes so long to build something. This is why it costs so much, is because we have so much bureaucracy. And if we really want to take a good look at how we're going to serve our constituents, we should try to do everything we can to remove that. I'm not a big fan of increasing somebody's taxes in a special assessment district without hearing something from somebody. No disrespect intended, Mr. Bott. But I'm like the County Road Commission and Acme Township saying, hey, we're just going to take your word for it. We want you to assess these 100 houses with higher taxes so they can pave their road. I've been on that road. picking up kids, it needs help badly. There's no question. But the process is flawed, and there is more that we could do. Some of it we can't do anything about because it's state law, and it's just the world we live in. So we have to pick and choose. Having said all of that, make a motion we approve bond resolution as presented.
Support.
Catch that, Ms. Shealy? Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns about that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you very much.
Then I'm going to make a motion to request our counsel to identify if there are other options or opportunities to improve the process.
I'll second that. I'd like to see us get paid the 7% than somebody else.
This may be a separate motion, but interested to hear from the road commission on the process, right? I've heard too, a lot of grumblings across the community about it, but I never heard from the road commission directly about how it works and what the stumbling blocks are, and maybe we can help. So maybe, can we include that, or is that a separate motion?
We can make that a separate motion.
I would like both, right? My view is I'd like to have a high-level summary from our council, like these are the kinds of things you can do, and also hear from the road commission about what they do. I feel like the second would be better informed if we had some insight from our attorney, like, this is the only way to do it. Okay, so then let's make it better, or yeah, there are other opportunities. So that was.
Sounds good.
All right, so current motion is you're asking for council to provide us options for a better way.
Yeah, special assessment district, high-level summary of options.
All right, and I seconded that. Any more comments, questions, concern? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, so now, Commissioner Walter, would you?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to invite the road commission, a representation from the road commission, to come and educate us about the special assessment district process across the county.
I'll second that. Comments, questions, concerns? Ms. Shealy, are you ready? All set? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you. It carries. So 9D, letter to the Director of Michigan Department of Natural Resources. You've seen ongoing things going on about the pedestrian bridge in East Bay Township from the Keith J. Charters, or what we lovingly refer to as the East Bay State Park. Mr. Bowen has responded. We've received lots of correspondence from Representatives Kofia and Roth, as well as Senator Moose, and so they have recently, as you probably read in the Record Eagle, they are talking about designing and building a new one. They've made a commitment, at least publicly, if not officially.
No official commitment.
So I thought it would be nice that, seeing that it's going to impact our residents, that we should reach out and let our support of that collaboration between all those folks and ourselves to make sure it happens, to remind them of the reason why there was a bridge there in the first place.
How is this different than the letter we already sent?
Because before there wasn't a collaboration, before there was an ask for a collaboration. Since then, Mr. Bowen has came out and said, we are going to look at designing and building a bridge that is ADA compliant.
I talked to Representative Roth on Monday of this week, and he did say that there is no guarantee that that bridge is going to be replaced. It's
I'm
not
well
there
aware of
yet.
that.
So this is probably not going to hurt. But I think it's been kind of reported in the news, or the impression of people is that's all set. We're good. It's going to happen. That's not the case.
That is not, yes, that is correct. That's what they're saying, but that is not the case. But I think it's safe to assume, or safe to predict, that what happened once will only happen more and more often. The needs of the community need to be served, and we need to be making sure that that happens at the state level. And that's the whole impetus for this letter, is saying, hey, we heard you. You've told us through all these people that, yes, we're going to look at it, we'll redesign it, we'll design and build, and then we'll try to figure out how to fund it. It's like, okay, well, we're going to hold you to that.
I support this. Our Lansing delegation needs to hear from Grand Traverse County with a unified voice that we are still on board with replacing that bridge. And I see no harm in letting them know that this is still important to us.
Yeah, no harm, just clarification, because I feel like we just sent a letter not that long, this summer probably.
Yeah, it was several months ago. It was in July, I believe. You think it was before that? Time is fleeting, isn't it? It's like a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It was just yesterday or 6 months
Sorry,
ago.
Cliff.
Somewhere in between.
The Rocky Horror Picture Show. There's an
Wednesday night. Oh, it's tonight. State Theater. There was my notice for you.
It's playing at the Old Town Playhouse.
Oh, is it Old Town
I have
Playhouse?
tickets for next weekend, I think.
Thought I saw a thing. It's tonight. So anyway, I'm going to make
We
a motion.
digress.
We approve this letter and send it.
Second.
All right, any more comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Unfinished business, I don't see any. New business, don't see any. Commissioner Department reports, I'm going to start way at the end there. Commissioner Walter?
No, I guess
Cool.
not.
Commissioner Flynn?
I do not have any updates.
Commissioner Morris?
I am looking forward to Thursday's Northern Lakes meeting as we will have our new CEO in place.
Where is that meeting taking place
It
this
is
time?
Here.
1 o'clock, right?
Yes, our Hall Street location.
Fantastic. I keep saying I'm going to make them, but I never do. We'll see if I can change that tomorrow. Commissioner Nelson?
The Gladhander auction, which supports the Grand Traverse Area Catholic Schools teacher salary and tuition for students, is October 25th. My wife is the chair of this event. I am her junior assistant chair to the chair. There is a preview night Friday the 24th at 6 o'clock, 6 to 9. You can come in and you can have drink, a little bit of light food, and you can see the school, which is being transformed into the Willy Wonka chocolate factory and all that goes along with it. The event is called the Golden Ticket Gala. There are still tickets for the event available. The Friday night is free. Everyone is welcome. When you have a big event in the neighborhood, it's always great to invite the neighbors over and let them see it, but I would invite anyone to come see it. It's pretty spectacular. And then if you want raffle tickets, let me know, or 941-GLAD. And if you want tickets to the event, 941-GLAD or gladhander.com. End of my ad.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah, Materials Management Planning Committee, the Waste Planning Organization, three-county organization, met last Friday in Leelanau, and wanted to let everybody know as you go out to your townships that township surveys, so local unit of governments, are getting a survey to all the elected officials in the three-county area. That's, I think, about 50 local units of government. So we are really encouraging those supervisors, clerks, and trustees, village counselors, and everybody else to please take the survey because it will really help us get our eyes on what level of yard waste and other kinds of, hazardous waste pickups and other issues related to materials management planning as we work on our plan. And they're also going to be asked to distribute the resident survey, which is live. Take it if you haven't, share it. And then also there's a business survey, so specifically to businesses that generate waste streams. If you think about, anything from Home Depot to fruit processors and everybody in between, they have unique waste streams, and what are the options available for them to dispose of them, hazardous waste, other things. So I do believe we are going to have an email come to us, and then we can share it to the whole commission with just a few bullet points that when you're talking to your township, this is a super easy way to reinforce, let them know that's coming, ask them to distribute it, ask them to share it out, and be engaged so that they are just understanding what this is.
Fantastic. I really don't have anything to add. Mr. Alger?
Yes, I'd like the board to know that Mr. Chase and I, with the direction of Mr. Kivel, the Parks President, we created an advisory group to help implement the first-year operations plan for Camp Graylick, and we met that last week, and it was a very well-received effort and activity, and we're going to be meeting to start with at least monthly, and that advisory group will be in place for about a year. And they've agreed to that. They've got great people involved, and hopefully that helps repair some relationships and make sure that the Parks and Recs Department is being accountable to their for the access at the park. And then also as a note to communication, MAC did make quite a big deal about the communication that we have had with the state specific to the budget process that was underway. And they were very pleased that the counties did respond to the call to action to reach out to their legislators and make sure that our voice was heard. So they were very happy with the efforts of counties. That's all I have. Oh, we have a closed session today. And
Oh, that's right.
September 22nd, I'm sorry, what month is it? October 22nd, study session is going to largely be the second phase of the facilitated commissioner activity with MSUE. And we're hoping to have a brief training session for you through Workday that you can access certain products that Workday offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Forsyth.
Just want to let the commissioners know that the Northwest Michigan Housing Summit is coming up end of October at the Haggerty Center. That's October 27th, 28th. A privilege once again to be a presenter at the Housing Summit. We'll be talking about the Zoning Atlas project, the Grand Traverse County Zoning Atlas that was launched a few months back. It's a panel conversation, so if you have availability that week, come check it out.
Thank you. Mr. Bott? I'm sorry, I'll get back to you, Mr. Walter.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Walter.
Just real quick, I thought Commissioner Andrews would mention this as part of the materials management plan, but I just heard that GFL has a new partnership and is now recycling single-use paper cups and pizza boxes. So for any recycling fanatics out there, this is good news, curbside and otherwise. So share the good word that you don't have to put those in the garbage anymore. Feel a little bit better about ordering pizza.
Yeah, our resource recovery director, Lydia Gulo, she actually presented to that at Recess a few months ago, and from her perspective, it's a game changer on what we can actually recycle. So very good news.
Fantastic. Do you have anything, Ms. Shealy, to add?
There is an election November 4th for the City of Traverse City residents only and the Fife Lake Township residents. Nobody else will have an election, not East Bay, not Garfield, but there is an election coming up, and it is the day before a board meeting. So if we fall asleep in the board meeting, because we're here till ungodly hours,
Do what we can. Thank you.
I thought maybe it was just last year, but I thought we passed some motion to not have a meeting. I know the city
Yes.
did. Was
we
that just
did.
a one-time thing? or-
2024, I actually put in there that we were canceling it, and then for 2025, they said too many meetings got canceled for July and November, and so 2026, I am going to beg you to please let us cancel the meetings right after the
That should maybe be a
election.
standing thing.
I think so. The city does, and my whole staff has to work late, and Sam and I sometimes right into the wee hours of the morning. So I was going to present that for your 2026 schedule. It would be very, very nice to do for the clerk.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely
We'll
take it under
remember that
advisement.
for next year.
Thank you.
And sorry about that, because I thought when we voted on it that it was like a perpetual thing.
I was told to just put on
Is it a perpetual thing?
every regular board meeting and not worry about the elections.
Sorry.
Alrighty.
The opportunity to address that is the approval of the calendar at the beginning of the year. So we'll
Yeah, I just thought when we made that motion that it was in perpetuity.
It is now.
Well,
Or it will be.
not yet.
Not
but-
yet, but we'll work on it. All right, so we're gonna go to second public comment. Anyone like to comment? Please just head up to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Harold Lassers. I live in Acme. The Hampshire Road is right in my neighborhood, so I just wanted to reassure you that some of my neighbors are on that street. As Mr. Bott said, that project is either underway or completed. They've already put down asphalt. I assure you, that road will last way more than 15 years. Elmer's is doing a good job. They replaced a 2-inch of asphalt road with 4 inches of asphalt. this is, so don't worry about that part of your problem. As you look at the process, it is interesting, and Mr. Bott made the point, but maybe it's a little emphasis, that here you are working on the bonding, the job is done. So that might be something you think about as you're examining the process. I want to thank you for your support on the bridge. It is inconceivable to me that the DNR tore down that bridge in the first place. That is such a danger. I go past that many of you probably do. I go past it multiple times a day, and it scares the hell out of me because in tourist season especially, and especially at night. So thank you for your support on that.
Thank you.
I didn't know the road had already been done. What if we decided not to?
The road.
Nobody, that was a detail that was conveniently left out.
Apparently our credit is good with Elmer.
The road commission, is funding the project, and just, they don't want to use their general funds to fund a project that the residents agreed to pay for with a special assessment. So, yes, the road will be completed here, probably by the end of the month. It's not a big project, but, and as Mr. Lasser said, it's being built to a higher standard than what it was. So.
Right. Please.
Yeah, just an additional comment that may help you when you think about the process. So the special assessment is spread over many years, right? So Mr. Bott may remember exactly how many, but probably 15 is something like the spread. So if you were to try to do a shorter loan period, right? I mean, you have to figure out now who's, where's that money coming from? Because right now, with the bond, the idea would be the bond should be retired exactly as the assessment, right? Otherwise, somebody else is fronting the money. Just a comment in how you think about this if you want to change the process somehow.
Thank you again. No further public comment. We have no notices, I'm guessing. We covered all that. So, we're going to go to closed session. Can you accept a motion to go into closed session? Right?
Moved.
To consider written attorney-client privilege legal options for the county's corporation counsel pursuant to MCL 15.261H. I have a motion by Commissioner Osling, seconded by Commissioner Self. All those in favor say aye.
No, that's a roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Thank you, Ms. Shealy.
Second was you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Walter?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you shortly. So, to your All right, we got Commissioner Flynn, second by Commissioner Welter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Fantastic.
Wait 1 second.
So we're back in session. Anything? Sweet, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.